Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The crimson aurora twisted across the night sky like a serpent of fire, casting an otherworldly glow upon the impossible structure that had stood for centuries at the border between the realms of elf and dwarf, the Dusk Tower. Its lower half was crafted of living stone, intricate runes pulsing with amber light along its surface. Its upper reaches transformed into living wood, branches and trunks intertwined in patterns that defied natural law. Leaves of silver and gold glimmering in the unnatural light. Neither built by elven hands nor dwarvish hammers, the tower had been a silent sentinel, its doors sealed by ancient magic until tonight. In the elven capital of Lunathrian, where crystal spires captured starlight and transformed it into the music that powered their enchantments, Archmage Galandriel Dawnweaver awoke with a start, his ancient eyes wide with recognition. The dream that had haunted him for decades had finally become reality. "The tear awakens," he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. Far beneath the earth, in the dwarven stronghold of Khazad Mithral, where rivers of molten gold flowed through channels carved by the first dwarves at the dawn of time, Thordis Runereader sat bolt upright on her stone bed, the runes tattooed across her skin, glowing with prophetic fire. "The weaving begins anew," she uttered, reaching for her staff of prophecy. Both felt the pull, an irresistible summons across leagues of ancient forests and mountain passes, drawing them toward the tower that neither of their kind had ever entered. 3 days later, Galandriel stood before the Dusk Tower, his silver hair dancing in a wind that seemed to emanate from the structure itself. His robes of midnight blue, embroidered with constellations that shifted and moved as if alive, rippled around his slender frame. A crescent-shaped staff of white wood rested in his grip, adorned with a crystal that contained a single star, gifted to his ancestors by the celestial beings who had taught the first elves the secrets of astral magic. "You're late," came a gruff voice from the shadows of the tower's base. Thordis Runereader emerged, her stocky figure clad in armor of runic bronze, each plate inscribed with the history of her clan. Her auburn beard was braided intricately, golden beads capturing the strange light of the aurora that had not faded since its first appearance. The elaborate knotwork patterns in her beard denoted her status among the dwarven seers. She was the first interpreter, the voice through which the stones themselves spoke to her people. 600 years late, by my counting, Galandriel replied with an arched eyebrow. The tension between them crackled like lightning. They had not stood face to face since the death of their mentor, the enigmatic Wizard of the Vale, Zalindor, who had taken apprentices from both races despite the ancient enmities. His disappearance during the Great Conjunction had left wounds that 6 centuries had not healed. "Zalindor would be disappointed in what we've become," Thordis said, her eyes never leaving the sealed doorway of the tower. "Enemies when he trained us as siblings in magic? We became what our people needed," Galandriel countered, but there was no conviction in his voice. The tower door, previously smooth stone, began to change before their eyes. Ripples spread across its surface as though it were liquid, and symbols appeared, an intertwined tree and mountain, the ancient shared symbol of their peoples before the great sundering that had divided their ancestors into two distinct races. Words in the primal tongue, older than either elven or dwarvish languages, appeared in glowing script. Only together may you enter, only in harmony may you ascend. What was sundered must be mended. What was forgotten must be remembered. Thordis and Galandriel exchanged glances. 600 years of political maneuvering, of maintaining the delicate balance between their realms, of enforcing the separation their ancestors had deemed necessary. All of it seemed suddenly hollow in the shadow of the tower. Our courts expect us to claim the tear for our own people, Galandriel said softly. Aye. The High King would have my beard if I returned empty-handed, Thordis agreed. But I've had visions, Galandriel, visions of worlds ending. And I have seen stars going dark, the Archmage admitted. Whatever lies within cannot belong to either of our kinds alone. Almost reluctantly, they reached forward simultaneously and pressed their palms against the door. A resonant hum filled the air as their magics, one born of earth and stone, the other of stars and cosmos, mingled for the first time in centuries. The door dissolved into mist, revealing a spiraling staircase that seemed to extend infinitely upward. They stepped through together. The first chamber of the tower appeared as a vast battlefield, frozen in time. Spectral warriors, elves and dwarves allied against a darkness that loomed at the edges of the vision, stood locked in combat with creatures of shadow and flame. The Battle of 7 Stars, Thordis breathed in recognition, but something is wrong. Galandriel nodded gravely. The histories speak of elves and dwarves fighting each other at this battle, not as allies against a common foe. As they spoke the truth aloud, the illusion rippled, and the scene transformed. Now they watched as elven and dwarven leaders argued over a glowing artifact at the battle's aftermath, their alliance fracturing before their eyes. Someone altered our histories, Thordis whispered. The enmity between our peoples was manufactured. Each subsequent chamber revealed another moment from their shared past, each showing first how events had been recorded in their separate histories, then shifting to reveal what had truly occurred. A pattern emerged. Each pivotal moment that had driven their peoples further apart had been subtly manipulated, often by the same shadowy figures appearing at crucial moments of decision. As they climbed higher, the wood and stone of the tower's construction began to blend seamlessly, no longer distinct elements, but a perfect fusion of both. The air grew thick with magic that tasted of possibilities, roads not taken, choices unmade. In the 7th chamber, they found themselves facing a recreation of their final day with Zalindor. They watched as their younger selves argued bitterly over an interpretation of an ancient text, while their mentor looked on with sadness in his eyes. We were too blind to see what truly worried him, Galandriel said, watching the memory play out. The memory shifted to show what happened after they had both stormed away in anger. Zalindor entered a hidden chamber beneath his observatory and stood before a swirling vortex that pulsed with the same colors as the aurora now lighting the sky. The tear, Thordis breathed. It existed even then. They watched as Zalindor cast a spell of containment, his body gradually turning to light as he sacrificed his very essence to seal the growing rift in reality. His final words echoed through the chamber. When they are ready to see the truth, the tower will open. When they are ready to mend what was broken, the tear may be healed. The final chamber awaited them at the top of the tower. Here, the boundaries between wood and stone, between starlight and earth fire, dissolved completely. Suspended in the center of the room was not an object as they had expected, but a rent in the fabric of existence itself, a vertical tear through which swirled visions of countless realities, worlds where elves and dwarves had remained one people, worlds where they had destroyed each other completely, worlds of wonder and worlds of utter desolation. "The Tear of Destinies," Galadriel whispered. "Not an artifact of power, but a wound in reality itself," Thordis finished, "created when our ancestors chose division over unity." Around the tear hovered spectral figures, neither fully elven nor fully dwarven, but bearing aspects of both races. The ancestors, as they had been before the sundering, they spoke not with words, but with impressions that formed directly in the minds of the two mages. The division was never meant to be permanent. What was separated by choice can be reunited by choice. The path of separation has led to the fraying of the great pattern. Will you mend what was sundered? Galadriel and Thordis looked at each other, 600 years of rivalry and distrust hanging between them, and beyond that, thousands of years of engineered hatred between their peoples. "Our courts will not easily accept this truth," Galadriel said quietly. "And since when have you cared what's easy, Stargazer?" Thordis replied with the ghost of a smile. "Zalindor didn't teach us to take the easy path." They reached out, their hands clasping as they had not done since they were apprentices together. Their magics flowed together, cosmic and terrestrial, sky and stone, silver and gold, creating a harmony that had not existed in millennia. The tear began to close, its edges drawing together like a wound finally allowed to heal. As it sealed, a wave of change rippled outward from the tower, washing over the lands of both peoples. Memories long suppressed began to surface in dreams and visions. Ancient truths encoded in song and stone began to resonate anew. The Tower of Dusk transformed around them, no longer a structure of division, but a bridge between realms. As dawn broke, its light revealed a new path stretching between the elven forests and dwarven mountains, a path that had not existed the day before. Galadriel and Thordis descended the tower steps side by side, no longer archmage and seer of separate peoples, but the first guardians of the renewed concord. Before them lay a journey more difficult than any they had faced, the reunification of peoples separated by choice and kept apart by deception. But for the first time in millennia, the pattern was healing. The tear of Destinies had been mended, and somewhere beyond the veil of reality, Zalindor smiled. Story 2. Blood pooled beneath the moonstone pedestal, spreading across the alabaster floor in crimson tendrils. The guardian of the northern shard lay motionless, his fingers still curled protectively around the crystal fragment that had been violently torn from his grasp. Outside the sacred chamber, the eternal flames that had burned for a millennium across the 7 spires of Lumen Vale flickered and dimmed, as if the ancient city itself mourned the breaking of the covenant. Throughout Eldoria, in that same heartbeat of darkness, 6 other sanctuaries witnessed the same crimson scene. 6 other guardians fell, save 2. Princess Seraphina Lightsong's blade sang through the midnight air, a whisper of silvered steel that caught the assassin's throat mid-lunge. The hooded figure collapsed at her feet, black blood hissing as it touched the enchanted floor of the celestial chamber. The elven princess stood unflinching, her luminous eyes narrowed as she surveyed the 3 slain attackers surrounding her. The eastern shard pulsed against her chest, suspended by a mithril chain, its azure light casting ethereal shadows across her features. "Who sent you?" she demanded of the dying assassin, pressing her foot against his chest. But the figure merely smiled, revealing teeth filed to points. With his final breath, he uttered a name that froze the blood in Seraphina's veins. Malekith rises. 1,000 leagues away, beneath the roots of the Iron Mountains, Master Armourer Drogrim Blackhammer brought his warhammer down upon his attacker's skull with bone-crushing force. The dwarf's forge-hardened muscles rippled beneath his tattooed skin as he faced the remaining assassins who had infiltrated the sacred vault of ancestors. The western shard glowed molten red at his belt, responding to his rage. "Oh, come then, shadow whelps," he growled, his voice like stone grinding against stone. "Let me send you to whatever cursed pit spawned you." They came, wraith-like figures wielding blades of obsidian that drank light rather than reflected it. But Drogrim was immovable as the mountain itself, each swing of his hammer precise and devastating. When the last attacker fell, Drogrim knelt to examine their remains. The flesh of the fallen assassins rapidly decayed, crumbling to ash that smelled of sulfur and old magic. "Dark sorcery," he muttered, retrieving a curious amulet from the ashes, a crown etched into black metal, surrounded by 7 stars. Recognition dawned on his weathered face, followed by grim understanding, the Witch King's mark. The legends were true. 3 days later, the Council of 7 Kingdoms convened in emergency session at the neutral ground of Crossroads Keep. Representatives from each realm brought dire news. 5 of the 7 crown shards had been taken, their guardians slaughtered. Only the eastern and western shards remained protected. Princess Seraphina entered the ancient hall with the measured grace of elven royalty. Her silver-gold hair cascading down her back, her armor gleaming with enchantments of protection. The eastern shard at her breast pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. She paused at the threshold, her gaze locking with the stocky figure already seated at the round table. Drogrim Blackhammer did not rise to greet her, as protocol demanded. Instead, he continued sharpening his dagger, the scrape of whetstone against metal echoing in the tense silence. The western shard hung at his belt, its crimson light contrasting sharply with the azure glow of Seraphina's fragment. "Blackhammer," she acknowledged coldly, taking her seat across from him. "Princess," he replied, the word carrying centuries of dwarven resentment toward elven nobility. Their families had been enemies since the Battle of Shattered Peaks, where Seraphina's grandfather had allegedly abandoned Drogrim's ancestors to a brutal defeat. The blood feud had simmered for generations, kept in check only by the covenant of the Broken Crown. High Chancellor Thorn, the aging human diplomat who had served the council for decades, rose to address the gathering. His voice trembled as he spoke of the synchronized attacks, the stolen shards, and the whispers spreading throughout the kingdoms. The Witch King Malekith, thought banished beyond the veil 1,000 years ago, stirs once more, Thorn concluded, if he obtains all 7 shards and reunites the crown. "We know the prophecy," Drogrim interrupted gruffly. "Eternal darkness, endless winter, the usual doom and gloom." Seraphina's eyes flashed. The mockery of a dwarf who cannot see beyond his forge, typical, and the arrogance of an elf who thinks her people's flowery verses can stop a blade, even more typical, Drogrim shot back. The council erupted into chaos, accusations and counter-accusations flying across the table. Only Chancellor Thorn noticed the strange resonance building between the 2 remaining shards, how they pulsed in counterpoint, azure and crimson lights stretching toward each other like reaching fingers. "Enough!" Thorn's voice cut through the clamor. "While you bicker, Malekith gathers the shards. Princess Seraphina, Master Blackhammer, you alone remain as guardians." Ancient law is clear. You must unite to recover what was taken. Silence fell, heavy as a funeral shroud. I will not travel with this stoneworker, Seraphina said finally, the word carrying all the disdain her millennia-old lineage could muster. And I'd sooner bed a troll than guard the back of a light song, Drogrim growled. Chancellor Thorn's weathered face grew solemn. Then the 7 kingdoms fall, the covenant breaks. And all because pride stood taller than duty. The following dawn found them on the road nevertheless, duty having won its eternal battle with pride. They traveled in tense silence, following the magical resonance of their shards, which pulled them toward their stolen counterparts. The trail led east toward the blighted lands that bordered the realm of Eldoria, wastelands created during the last great conflict with Malekith. The crown was broken to divide power, Seraphina said, as they made camp the third night, breaking the silence that had stretched between them for days. To ensure no single ruler could dominate all 7 kingdoms. Drogrim tended the fire, his broad hands surprisingly deft as he arranged the kindling. That's what the elf-written histories say, he grunted. Dwarven chronicles tell a different tale. Oh? Do educate me, she said, sarcasm dripping from each word. Drogrim's dark eyes reflected the firelight as he looked up at her. The crown was broken to bind something, not to divide power. Something ancient, something that walked Eldoria before elves learned starlight song or dwarves delved their first mountain hall. Seraphina's retort died on her lips as her shard pulsed suddenly, in perfect synchronization with Drogrim's. A vision flashed between them, a memory not their own but carried in the fragments they protected. They saw the crown, whole and terrible in its beauty, upon the head of a being whose features shifted between forms both beautiful and horrifying. The vision faded, leaving them both shaken. "What was that?" Seraphina whispered. Before Drogrim could answer, the night erupted in chaos. Shadowy figures surrounded their camp, obsidian blades gleaming in the darkness. The assassins had found them. Back to back they fought, elf and dwarf, their ancestral styles of combat contrasting yet complementing each other. Seraphina's blade danced with lethal precision, each movement flowing into the next like water. Drogrim's hammer swung in devastating arcs, crushing bone and armor with equal ease. Their shards blazed with light, azure and crimson, merging into a purple radiance that seemed to burn the very shadows their enemies had hidden within. When the last attacker fell, Seraphina and Drogrim found themselves facing a figure that had not been there moments before, a tall, elegant man with features too perfect to be natural, clothed in robes of midnight that seemed to absorb the firelight. In his hands, he held a velvet cushion bearing 5 crystal fragments. "The remaining guardians," the figure said, his voice musical yet grating, like glass being crushed underfoot. "How convenient." "Malekith," Drogrim growled, raising his hammer. The Witch King smiled, revealing teeth too sharp, too numerous, not quite, merely a herald. He bowed with mocking courtesy. "My master awaits your fragments. Would you not rather surrender them willingly? The alternative promises much suffering." Seraphina's blade flashed in the firelight. "Return what you've stolen and crawl back to whatever darkness spawned you." The herald's laughter was the sound of ice cracking over a winter lake. "Stolen? Oh no, dear princess. Reclaimed. These fragments belong to my master. They are parts of himself, scattered and bound by your ancestors when they could not destroy him." Understanding dawned on both guardians simultaneously. The crown had never been a symbol of power. It was a prison. Its fragments were shackles that bound some ancient entity across dimensions, weakening it, containing it. And with each fragment reunited, "You begin to understand," the herald said, watching their expressions. Yes, the great lie of your histories. The seven kingdoms were not united by the breaking of the crown. They were created to guard against my master's return. His form began to shift, features melting like wax, revealing something inhuman beneath the facade. And now the bindings weaken. 5 shards reunited, soon 7, and the old one awakens. Drogrim and Seraphina exchanged glances, understanding passing between them without words. In a coordinated movement born of battlefield instinct, they struck simultaneously. Seraphina's blade pierced the herald's chest as Drogrim's hammer shattered the ground beneath them, invoking an ancient dwarven rune of containment. The herald's form distorted, stretching and twisting as it was pulled into the dimensional tear Drogrim had created. The 5 shards fell from his grasp, scattering across the scorched earth. With a sound like reality itself tearing, the herald vanished into the rift, which sealed itself with a thunderous boom. Silence fell once more. Seraphina knelt, carefully gathering the fallen shards, which hummed with recognition at her touch. Drogrim joined her, his earlier animosity replaced by grim purpose. Story 3. The ancient oak's last leaf trembled in the breathless air before surrendering its hold, spiraling down through shafts of wan sunlight. It landed upon Lyra Silverbrook's outstretched palm, its once vibrant emerald hue, now a sickly amber. Around her, the legendary elderly forest, heart of the elven realm of Oranthil for 10,000 years, was dying. The mighty sentinels that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations now stood with bare branches, reaching skyward like skeletal fingers pleading for salvation. Lyra closed her eyes, pressing the leaf to her heart. As the youngest druid of the Silverbrook lineage, her connection to the forest ran deeper than most. The ancient magic that had once flowed abundantly through every root and branch now pulsed weakly, like the faltering heartbeat of a dying elder. "What ails you?" she whispered to the forest. "What poison seeps through your veins?" The answer came not in words, but in a vision that crashed over her consciousness like a tidal wave. Lyra fell to her knees, overwhelmed by images cascading through her mind, roots withering deep beneath the earth, life energy flowing downward rather than upward, and a monstrous form coiled in darkness, drawing sustenance from the forest's very essence. Then came words, ancient and resonant, spoken in a tongue she had never heard yet somehow understood. When the roots dry and the leaves fall, only the song of stone can awaken the trees again. When the vision released her, Lyra found herself curled upon the forest floor, tears streaming down her face. The leaf in her hand had crumbled to dust. Rising on unsteady feet, she turned toward Oranthil's crystal spires, visible through the thinning canopy. The elders must hear of this vision, though she already anticipated their response. "Absurd!" Elder Thistlethorn's voice echoed through the Chamber of Seasons, where the Elven High Council gathered beneath a dome that traditionally reflected the forest's vibrant colors, but now displayed only muted browns and grays. Stone singers. A children's tale, nothing more. Lyra stood firm before the semicircle of ancient elves, their faces lined with the wisdom and arrogance of millennia. My vision was clear. Honored elder. The salvation of Elderleaf lies with the dwarven stone singers. Whispers rippled through the chamber. No elf had spoken of stone singers in centuries, a secretive order of dwarven mystics who supposedly wielded powers considered unnatural even among their own kind. High Priestess Moonshadow, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall down her back, leaned forward. "Child, we have consulted every oracle, performed every ritual. The withering is a natural cycle. Painful, yes, but one the forest has survived before." "Not like this," Lyra insisted. "Something drains the forest from below. I felt it. And your solution, is to seek aid from dwarves. Elder Thistlethorn's laughter was brittle as dead twigs. The mountain dwellers, who clear-cut forests for their furnaces, who care nothing for growing things. Lyra's chin lifted. The vision came from the forest itself. I will heed it, with or without the council's blessing. The silence that followed felt heavier than the dying forest's grief. Then go, High Priestess Moonshadow finally said, her voice tinged with sadness. Follow your vision, Lyra Silverbrook. But know this, no elf has found welcome in the halls of Caradun for 5 centuries. Their doors are sealed to our kind. Every sealed door has a key, Lyra replied, her hand instinctively touching the amulet at her throat. A strange stone her mother had discovered, inscribed with symbols neither elven nor dwarven, yet somehow reminiscent of both. The journey to the dwarven kingdom took 7 days. 7 days of watching the blight spread beyond Elderleaf's boundaries, withering meadows and smaller copses as it advanced. By the time the Iron Mountains rose before her, looming like titans against the horizon, Lyra felt the urgency thrumming in her veins like a second heartbeat. The massive gates of Caradun, carved from a single slab of granite and etched with the histories of 1,000 dwarven kings, stood closed and forbidding. No guards patrolled the entrance. None were needed when the door itself was enchanted against intruders. Lyra approached cautiously, her elven senses alert for traps or wards. To her surprise, the amulet at her throat grew warm as she neared the gates. The strange symbols etched upon it began to glow with an amber light that matched the patterns suddenly illuminated upon the gateway's surface. A voice like grinding millstones spoke from nowhere and everywhere. Blood of the divided seeks entrance. State your purpose, forest child. Lyra swallowed hard. I seek the stone singers. Elderleaf Forest dies, and only their song can save it. Silence stretched so long that Lyra wondered if the guardian spirit had abandoned her. Then, with a groan that seemed torn from the mountain itself, the massive gates parted just enough to admit a slender elf. Beyond lay no grand entrance hall as she had expected, but a narrow, rough-hewn tunnel descending steeply into darkness. Gathering her courage, Lyra stepped forward, allowing the gloom to envelop her. The tunnel wound downward in a dizzying spiral, each turning taking her deeper beneath the mountain. Just as claustrophobia threatened to overwhelm her forest-born senses, the passage opened into a vast cavern, illuminated by crystals that glowed with inner light. Stalactites hung like frozen waterfalls from a ceiling so high it vanished in shadows, while stalagmites rose from the floor like the spires of some fantastic subterranean city. At the cavern's center stood a solitary figure, broad-shouldered and sturdy as the mountain itself, yet with a grace that belied his dwarven frame. His beard, braided with crystals that chimed softly with each movement, fell to his waist. His eyes, when he turned them upon Lyra, held the depth of ages and a sorrow that matched the dying forest's own. I am Baron Stonevoice, he said, his voice resonating through the chamber like distant thunder. Last of the singers, keeper of the old ways, guardian of truths too dangerous for either of our kinds. His gaze fixed upon her amulet. You carry the key of reunion. The prophecy advances. Lyra's hand closed protectively over the amulet. I carry a vision of my forest's death and a riddle that led me to you, nothing more. A sound escaped Barun that might have been a laugh, though it held little mirth. Nothing more, she says, child of leaves, you carry the hope and doom of both our peoples, though you know it not. He gestured for her to follow. Come, the worm stirs, and time grows short. Worm? What worm? Lyra hurried after him as he strode toward a smaller passage. My vision showed something drawing life from the forest, but Azovantis the primordial, Barun said grimly. The world thirst, elder than mountains, ancient when the first trees took root. It sleeps in cycles of millennia, awakening only to feed. Its last rising nearly destroyed both our peoples. They entered a chamber dominated by a pool of water so still it appeared solid. Barun knelt beside it, touching its surface with reverent fingers. The water rippled, then transformed into images of a time long past. A lush valley where beings that were neither fully elven nor fully dwarven lived in harmony. Their features contained elements of both races, the lithe grace of elves, combined with the solid strength of dwarves. Their ears slightly pointed, their frames stronger than elves but more slender than modern dwarves. The undivided, Barun said softly. Our true ancestors, before the sundering, Lyra stared, transfixed. This cannot be. Our histories were rewritten by those who thought separation safer than unity. Barun's eyes reflected the ancient scenes with a profound sadness. When Azovantis first rose, the undivided combined earth magic and forest song to bind it beneath the mountains. But the effort split their nature. Those who channeled earth became the first dwarves, retreating beneath the mountains to guard the worm's prison. Those who wielded forest magic became elves, tending the woodlands that drew power from the binding ritual. The pool's images shifted, showing the gradual divergence of the races, the growing distrust, the eventual conflicts that led to centuries of enmity. We forgot, Lyra whispered. Both our peoples forgot we were once one. Barun nodded grimly. A forgetting encouraged by pride and fear. Now the worm stirs again, and neither race alone possesses the power to rebind it. The stone singers preserved the old magic, but we are few now. I stand alone, the last to remember the songs that could waken stone. And I, Lyra said, realization dawning, may be the last druid to hear the forest's true voice. She hesitated. But how can we succeed where our ancestors failed? Their combined power sundered them. Not their power, Barun corrected, but their discord. They argued even as they cast the binding. Forest mages claiming supremacy over stone shapers, earthworkers dismissing the importance of growing things. He met her gaze steadily. The key you carry was forged to reunite what was divided, should the worm ever threaten again. It can channel our powers in harmony if we choose unity where our ancestors chose division. A distant rumble shook the cavern, dislodging small stones from the ceiling. Barun's expression tightened. It stirs more vigorously. We must hurry to the deep-root chamber. The deep-root chamber defied Lyra's understanding of both nature and architecture. Massive tree roots intertwined with crystalline formations, creating a lattice that spanned a chasm so deep no bottom was visible. At the chamber's center hovered a sphere of darkness that seemed to devour light, a void around which the roots and crystals bent as if pulled by an immense gravity. The binding nexus, Barun explained, his voice hushed with reverence and fear. Where forest meets stone, where our ancestors first imprisoned the world thirst. As if responding to their presence, the dark sphere pulsed, expanding slightly. A tremor ran through the roots, and Lyra felt a corresponding pain lance through her heart as the forest miles above suffered another wound. It feeds, she gasped, drawing life through the roots. Barun nodded grimly. The binding weakens with each feeding. Soon it will shatter completely, and Azovantis will rise once more to devour all life. Then we must strengthen it. Lyra removed the amulet from her neck, holding it toward the nexus. The strange symbols glowed brighter, and the stone itself seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. "How do we begin?" Barun produced a small hammer from his belt, not a weapon or tool, but an instrument, its head made of crystal that matched those in his beard. "I will sing the song of stone. You must find the voice of leaves, together, channeled through the key of reunion." He met her gaze. "It has never been attempted since the sundering." Lyra nodded, understanding the unspoken risk. This magic could kill them both, or worse, transform them as it had transformed the Undivided. But the alternative was watching both their homes wither and die beneath the worm's hunger. "Then let us be the first in 5,000 years to stand as one," she said. Barun struck the crystal hammer against a formation that rose from the chamber floor. The note that rang out seemed to vibrate through stone and bone alike, pure and resonant. He struck again, adding a second tone that harmonized with the first in a way that made the air itself shimmer. Lyra closed her eyes, reaching for the forest's fading voice. At first, she heard only echoes of pain and decay, but beneath that, almost forgotten, a melody as ancient as growing things. She opened her mouth, giving voice to that primal song, her notes intertwining with Barun's deepening chant. The key of reunion blazed between them, no longer amber but brilliant gold. Lyra felt power rushing through her, around her, between her and Barun. Not separate magics, but a single force, unified as the Undivided had once been. The dark sphere contracted, then expanded violently, fighting against the renewed binding. A roar of rage and hunger shook the chamber as Azurvantis fought the strengthening prison. For a terrible moment, Lyra glimpsed the entity within the void, vast beyond comprehension, ancient beyond reckoning, ravenous beyond satisfaction. The vision nearly broke her concentration, but Barun's voice deepened, anchoring her. Their song grew stronger as they drew upon powers long separated, now flowing together once more. The key of reunion flared with blinding intensity, then shattered, its fragments absorbing into the barrier forming around the dark sphere. With a final note that seemed to contain all songs ever sung, the binding snapped into place. The sphere contracted to a pinpoint of absolute blackness, then stabilized. The tremors ceased. Silence fell. Lyra and Barun stood frozen in tableau, neither quite believing they had succeeded. Then, like a distant echo, Lyra felt a whisper of renewal from the forest above, the first tentative stirring of healing. "It worked," she breathed, her voice hoarse from the power she had channeled. "Elderleaf lives." Barun nodded slowly, wonder etched across his weathered features. "More than that, forest child, look." He pointed to their reflections in a crystal formation. Lyra gasped. Her ears had become slightly less pointed, her frame subtly stronger. Barun appeared less stocky, his features refined, his beard thinner, though still adorned with singing crystals. "The key did more than channel our powers," he said softly. "It has begun the reunion." "What does this mean for our peoples?" Lyra asked, studying their altered reflections. Barun's laugh echoed through the chamber. No longer stone grinding on stone, but something musical, something new yet ancient. "It means, Lyra Silverbrook, that we have quite a story to tell. A story of division and reunion, of forest and stone." He extended his hand, and after only a moment's hesitation, Lyra took it. The touch sent a ripple of recognition through them both, not the joining of strangers or even allies, but the reunion of what should never have been divided. Far above, a new leaf unfurled on a withered branch, glowing with renewed vitality. The last song of the forest had been sung, and the first song of reunion had begun. Story 4. Deep within the heart of Crimson Mountain, where the ancient forges of the Dwarven kingdom had burned without cease for 1,000 years, a single hammer blow shattered the silence of the abandoned eastern shaft. Master Forger Grimnar Ironfist stood transfixed, his weathered face illuminated by an otherworldly glow emanating from the fissure his tool had just created. Sweat beaded on his brow, catching the strange light like liquid diamonds as he carefully widened the crack, revealing a chamber untouched since the mountain's formation. What started as a glimmer grew to a pulsating radiance as Grimnar's calloused fingers brushed away the last of the stone. There, suspended in the virgin rock as if placed by the hands of the gods themselves, hovered a crystal of the deepest black, a darkness so profound it seemed to devour the torchlight rather than reflect it. Yet it glowed from within, throbbing like a living heart with a rhythm that matched the Master Dwarf's own pulse. "Moradin's beard," he whispered, reaching toward the object with reverent hands. "Rao, what treasure have you hidden for your children to find?" As his fingers closed around the crystal, a jolt of power surged through his stocky frame. Visions flooded his mind, of glory restored to the dwindling dwarven kingdoms, of enemies kneeling before him, of secrets ancient and terrible. A voice, smooth as polished obsidian, whispered directly into his consciousness. "Free me, child of stone, and kingdoms beyond imagining shall be yours to command." Grimnar's eyes, once clear as mountain springs, clouded with a smoky darkness that spread from his pupils outward. His grip tightened on the crystal, and a smile unlike any that had crossed his honest face before twisted his features into something altogether different. "Yes," he breathed, the word hanging in the stale air like a promise. "Yes, I shall." Beneath the silver-kissed canopy of silverleaf forest, where ancient trees communed with the stars through branches woven with moonlight, Queen Aleska Starweaver collapsed to her knees in the sacred grove, the crown of living moonflowers adorning her silver hair wilted in an instant, petals drifting to the moss-covered ground like tears. "Mother," Prince Thalorian rushed to her side, his tall frame kneeling gracefully beside the queen. His eyes, the legendary star blue of the Starweaver line, widened in horror at the ashen pallor spreading across her once luminous skin. "It awakens," she whispered, her voice thin as winter mist. "The betrayer stirs in darkness. The oath is broken." Around them, the royal court of elven nobles watched in stunned silence as delicate veins of grey began spreading across the queen's exposed skin like cracks in porcelain. Court mage Lerelin stepped forward, the crystals woven into her silver robes chiming softly with each movement. Her ancient eyes narrowed as she passed her staff over the queen's trembling form. "This is no natural ailment," she announced, her voice heavy with foreboding. "This is the touch of the void, a corruption of essence." She looked up, meeting the prince's desperate gaze. "And it spreads even now throughout our people." As if summoned by her words, messengers burst into the sacred grove, their typically serene faces contorted with panic. Reports flooded in from across the realm. Elves collapsing in fields and forests, their skin marbled with ashen tendrils, their eyes clouding with shadow. "The source," Queen Aleska managed, gripping her son's hand with failing strength. "You must find the source. To the north, beneath the Crimson Mountain." Thalorian's jaw tightened, his hand moving instinctively to the moon-silver blade at his hip. "Dwarves," he said, the word carrying centuries of cautious alliance tinged with ancient suspicion. "Go to them," the queen commanded, summoning her fading authority. "Find what darkens, end it, before it ends us all." 3 days later, Prince Thalorian stood before the imposing southern gate of Khazad-dûrum, the greatest of the dwarven strongholds beneath Crimson Mountain. The massive doors, inscribed with the history of dwarven kings and inlaid with precious gems that caught the dying sunlight, remained ominously sealed despite his repeated attempts to gain entry. "Open by the ancient accords between our peoples," he called out, his musical voice echoing against unyielding stone. When no answer came, Thalorian's hand moved to his sword, but before he could act, a grinding sound emerged from his left. A smaller door, near invisible in the mountain face, swung outward. A hooded figure emerged, glancing nervously over her shoulder before beckoning him forward. "Quickly," she urged, her voice low and hurried, "before the corrupted ones see you." Thalorian hesitated only a moment before following the stranger into the mountain. As the hidden door sealed behind them, his keen eyes adjusted instantly to the dimness of the narrow passage. His guide pushed back her hood, revealing features that marked her unmistakably as a dwarf, yet with a delicacy uncommon to her kind. Her auburn hair was elaborately braided in the tradition of dwarven nobility, and despite her youth, her eyes carried a weight of sorrow that gave the elf prince pause. "I am Kara Ironfist," she said, meeting his gaze directly in a manner that spoke of royal upbringing. "A daughter of Grimnar, who now brings darkness to both our peoples." Thalorian's hand drifted once more to his sword. "You know why I've come. Better than you do, Prince of Silverleaf." She turned, leading him deeper into the twisting passage. "My father found something in the deep mines 3 weeks past, a crystal, black as the void between stars. Since then," her voice caught, "he has changed. And those loyal to him have changed with him." The passage opened suddenly into a small chamber where a handful of dwarves tended to others lying on makeshift pallets. The afflicted dwarves bore the same ashen markings Thalorian had witnessed among his own people. "It affects your kind as well," he observed, surprise evident in his tone. "Not as quickly," Kara confirmed, moving among the sick, laying cool cloths on fevered brows. "And we children of stone resist longer than your forest kin, but in the end, all succumb to the crystal's call." She turned to face him fully. "My father has barricaded himself in the sacred forge at the mountain's heart. He gathers the corrupted ones to him, preparing some ritual with the crystal at its center. I fear what will emerge when it's complete." "Then we stop him," Thalorian said simply, the words hanging in the air like a blade. Kara's eyes hardened with a daughter's pain and a leader's resolve. "Yes, we must." The journey to the mountain's heart was a perilous descent through abandoned mining tunnels, ancient halls where the grandeur of dwarven architecture took Thalorian's breath away despite the dire circumstances, and finally through passages intentionally collapsed to hinder their progress. They encountered groups of corrupted dwarves, their eyes clouded with the same darkness that had taken Grimnar, their movements jerky and unnatural as they patrolled passages or labored at inexplicable tasks. "They strip the mountain's support pillars," Kara whispered in horror as they observed one such group. "They'd bring the entire kingdom down from within." With Thalorian's elven stealth and Kara's intimate knowledge of hidden passages, they avoided direct confrontation when possible. When it wasn't, the prince's moon-silver blade flashed with sorrowful efficiency, while Kara wielded her forge hammer with the precision of one born to the craft. Neither took pleasure in striking down the corrupted, but necessity drove their hands when all else failed. As they descended ever deeper, the air grew thick with acrid smoke and a palpable malevolence that made their skin crawl. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with a sick rhythm, like the heartbeat of some monstrous entity. Veins of black crystal, smaller echoes of what Grimnar had found, began appearing in the rock, spreading like a disease through the mountain's flesh. "We're close," Kara murmured, her voice tight with dread. The sacred forge lies just beyond the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall proved to be a vast chamber supported by pillars carved to resemble the greatest dwarf kings of ages past. Now, those proud faces were marred by creeping tendrils of black crystal, their stone eyes weeping obsidian tears at the hall's center, where generations of dwarves had paid homage to their forebears. A circle of corrupted dwarves knelt in grotesque supplication. Using the shadows cast by the massive pillars, Thalorian and Kara skirted the edges of the hall, finally reaching the ancient metal doors that led to the sacred forge. Heat radiated from them in shimmering waves, and through the seams, a pulsing violet light leaked like blood from a wound. "My father's private key," Kara whispered, producing an intricately crafted metal object from within her tunic. With trembling hands, she fitted it into a near-invisible keyhole. The door swung open silently, revealing the horror beyond. The sacred forge, heart of dwarven creation and spirituality, had been transformed. The eternal flame that had burned blue for millennia now roared with purple-black fire. Suspended above it in a cage of twisted metal hung the black crystal, now grown to the size of a dwarf's head. It pulsated with malevolent energy, sending waves of corruption outward with each throb. And before it, arms outstretched in supplication, stood Grimnar Ironfist, or what remained of him. The master dwarf's body had changed, his stocky frame elongated unnaturally. His skin cracked to reveal not blood and flesh, but a swirling darkness beneath. When he turned at their entrance, his eyes were completely black, reflecting nothing. "Daughter," he greeted, his voice layered with another, older voice beneath it. "You've brought the elf prince, as was foretold. How kind." "Father," Kara choked out, her hammer trembling in her grip. "What have you done to yourself?" "Improved, child, transcended," he gestured to the crystal. "The first one showed me the truth. Dwarf, elf, meaningless divisions of what should be unified in glorious darkness." Thalorian stepped forward, his blade leveled at Grimnar. "Release him, creature. Whatever you are within that crystal, your prison was crafted for a reason." A laugh bubbled from Grimnar's throat, a sound no dwarf could naturally make. The arrogance of the young races. "You don't even remember why I was imprisoned, do you?" "Your ancestors wrote me out of history itself. Then enlighten us," Thalorian challenged, his eyes never leaving Grimnar, even as he assessed the distance to the crystal. "I am Nethrandil, first of the firstborn, uniter of elements." The voice had fully overtaken Grimnar now, using his mouth as a vessel. "Before there were elves or dwarves, I sought to transcend the limitations of flesh by binding with the primal darkness. Your ancestors, afraid of power, afraid of change, condemned me to this prison rather than embrace evolution." As the entity spoke, Kara edged around the perimeter of the forge, positioning herself closer to the suspended crystal. Her eyes met Thalorian's briefly, a plan communicated in that fleeting glance. "And now you'd corrupt both our peoples to free yourself," Thalorian said, deliberately drawing the possessed dwarf's attention. "Force transcendence upon those who never sought it. They will thank me when—" Grimnar began, but his words cut off as Kara lunged suddenly upward, her hammer striking the metal cage holding the crystal. The impact sent a resonant tone echoing through the chamber, a pure note that seemed to physically pain the corrupted dwarf. He screamed, clutching his head as the crystal pulsed frantically. Thalorian seized the moment, launching himself forward with elven grace. His moon-silver blade, forged specifically to combat dark magic, plunged into the heart of the crystal. Light exploded outward, blinding in its intensity. A wail of rage and despair emanated from both the crystal and Grimnar's distorted form as cracks spread across the black surface. "No!" the voice of Nethrandil howled. After 10,000 years, Kara's voice rose in a dwarven battle chant, her hammer striking the forge itself in counterpoint to her words. Each blow sent another pure tone reverberating through the chamber, each note seemingly weakening the crystal's integrity further. Thalorian's blade remained embedded in the fracturing artifact, moon-silver light combating the darkness within. With a sound like the shattering of 1,000 mirrors, the crystal exploded. A shockwave of energy knocked both Thalorian and Kara backward as a wraith-like form rose briefly from the fragments, a being of shadow and malice that might once have been beautiful, before it was drawn inexorably into the forge fire. The purple-black flames flared impossibly high, then collapsed into their natural blue state, consuming the last vestiges of Nethrandil's essence. In the sudden silence, Grimnar's body crumpled to the floor, the unnatural elongation receding, leaving him as he had been, though terribly weakened. Kara rushed to his side, cradling her father's head as his eyes, clear once more, fluttered open. "Kara," he whispered, confusion and pain etched across his features. "What happened to me?" Before she could answer, a tremor shook the chamber, dislodging stone from the ceiling. But the corruption weakened the mountain's supports, Thalorian realized aloud. Without the crystal's power sustaining them, the kingdom collapses, Kara finished grimly, helping her father to his feet. "We must evacuate." 3 days later, under a sky washed clean by spring rain, representatives from both realms gathered on neutral ground between forest and mountain. The afflicted of both races had begun to recover with the crystal's destruction, though many would bear the faint ashen markings for life, a reminder of how close they had come to oblivion. Grimnar, Iron Fist, leaning heavily on a carved staff, stood before Queen Eleska Starweaver. Both leaders showed the strain of recent events, yet both stood proud. The dwarves of Crimson Mountain owe a blood debt to the elves of Silverleaf, Grimnar announced formally. "Though our home lies in ruins, our honor remains intact. We swear to rebuild not just our kingdom, but the trust between our peoples." Queen Eleska inclined her head gracefully. "And we offer sanctuary within our borders until your halls are restored. Perhaps, Master Iron Fist, our peoples have been divided too long by ancient fears." From the edges of the gathering, Thalorian and Kara exchanged glances, hers thoughtful, his respectful. They had glimpsed a truth few in either kingdom understood, that the greatest strength came not from isolation, but from the unlikely alliances forged in darkness and tempered by shared trial. The black crystal was gone, but the oath it had inspired, an oath of reconciliation and cooperation, would echo through generations to come. Story 5. The sacred halls of Silverhaven shimmered with ethereal light as moon rays filtered through crystal domes, casting prismatic patterns across the marble floor. Then came the shattering of glass and the sudden wail of enchanted bells, sounds that had not been heard in the elven capital for 7 centuries. Within moments, the serenity of the Temple of Eternal Stars transformed into chaos as alabaster-robed priests rushed toward the innermost sanctum, their faces contorted with disbelief and horror. The sword of Luminor, the ancestral blade said to have been forged in the dying breath of the last silver dragon, was gone. By dawn, accusations thundered through the elegant spires of Lumendel like storm clouds. The elven nobility pointed fingers at their ancient rivals, the dwarves of Khazad Durum, whose delegation had departed suspiciously before first light. Messengers mounted on swift-winged griffins soared toward the glimmering court of High King Aranethil, bearing news that threatened to shatter the fragile peace between the two realms. Elysia Moonwhisper watched the diplomatic storm unfold from her perch in the ancient oak that overhung the temple's eastern wall. The young elven archer's keen eyes, violet as twilight and just as mysterious, narrowed as she studied the broken window through which the thief had presumably escaped. Something about the angle was wrong. The glass had shattered outward, not inward. "Curious," she murmured, deftly swinging down from her branch and landing silently on the temple grounds. As the niece of the temple's high priestess, she could move through the sacred precincts without challenge, though her preference for leather hunting garb over formal robes often earned disapproving glances from the more conservative acolytes. While the temple guard focused on the main halls and questioned witnesses, Elysia slipped into the shadowed alcoves behind the sanctum, where ancient tapestries depicted the forging of Luminor. Her fingers traced the intricate threaded scene, the dying silver dragon, its heart crystallizing as it surrendered its life force willingly to create a weapon of balance, not a weapon of destruction, as most now believed, but a key to harmony between realms. A glint of metal caught her eye. Half hidden beneath a fallen tapestry lay a dagger of unmistakable dwarven craft, its handle inlaid with runes of the mountain folk. Yet something about it struck Elysia as false. She had studied dwarven metalwork, much to her family's dismay, and the runes were subtly wrong, as if carved by someone who had seen dwarvish writing but did not understand it. "A convenient clue," she whispered, slipping the dagger into her belt pouch. "Too convenient." Prince Thorin Stoneforge's hammer struck the ceremonial anvil with thunderous force, silencing the clamor of voices in the great forge hall of Khazad-dûrum. Hundreds of dwarven nobles, their beards adorned with jewels and ancestral beads signifying their lineage, turned toward their crown prince as the echoes reverberated through the vast underground chamber. "The elves accuse us of theft and treachery," Thorin's voice boomed, his massive frame silhouetted against the eternal flame that had burned in the heart of the mountain since the First Age. "They send demands wrapped in diplomatic silk, but the threat is plain. Return the sword we did not take, or face the consequences." Murmurs of outrage rippled through the assembly. Relations with the elves had never been warm, but trade had flowed relatively freely since the Concordat of the Crystal Falls 50 years prior. Now, all stood on the precipice of ruin. "My father, King Durin Nanain, advocates patience," Thorin continued, stroking his auburn beard, which was still relatively short for his 30 years, but already intricately braided with the gold and ruby beads of the royal line. "But I say we cannot stand idle while our honor is impugned." The hall erupted in approving shouts and the clash of axe handles against shields. Only Thorin's closest advisor, the ancient loremaster Balin Grimbeard, remained silent, his milky eyes fixed on something only he could see. Later, in the privacy of his chambers, Thorin pored over the latest missive from the elven court. The accusations were specific and damning, testimony from multiple witnesses who claimed to have seen dwarves near the temple on the night of the theft. Yet his own people swore that their entire delegation had been present at a feast in their honor at the mansion of the elven merchant Ilirath Silverhand. "Politics!" he spat, tossing the parchment aside. "Always the same dance." A soft knock interrupted his brooding. The door opened to reveal an elf, or rather, what appeared to be an elf at first glance. The visitor wore a hooded cloak that partially concealed delicately pointed ears, but her attire was practical leather rather than the flowing robes favored by most of her kind. More startling was the dwarven crafted bow slung across her back, a weapon that required strength few elves possessed. "Prince Thorin," she said, offering no bow or formal address as protocol demanded. "We need to talk about Luminor." Two royal guards stepped from the shadows, axes raised, but Thorin waved them back. "You have courage, elf. Entering the mountain unannounced and uninvited. Give me one reason why I shouldn't have you detained as a spy." The elf pushed back her hood, revealing features that were striking even by the standards of her graceful race. Her hair, silver white with an almost luminous quality, was pulled back in a warrior's braid, and a scar, unusual for the typically unblemished elves, traced a thin line from temple to jaw. "Because," she said, tossing an object onto his desk, "I know you didn't take the sword." Thorin examined the item, a dagger of apparent dwarven make, but with subtle wrongness in its craftsmanship. "And you are Elysia Moonwhisper, Archer of the Temple Guard." She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "And I believe we're both being manipulated into war by a third party who wants nothing more than to see elf and dwarf tear each other apart." Dawn broke over the whispering plains that separated the elven forests from the dwarven mountains, painting the tall grass in hues of amber and gold. An unlikely pair of travelers moved swiftly across the open expanse, one tall and graceful despite her practical stride, the other stocky and powerful, keeping pace with determined endurance. "The Order of Eternal Shadows," Elysia explained as they walked, "has existed in whispers and rumors for centuries. Devotees of Morthul, the sleeping god, who supposedly lies dormant beneath the Ashen Mountains to the north." Thorin grunted skeptically. "And another doomsday cult. The world has no shortage of fools seeking to awaken ancient evils." "This is different," Elysia insisted. "Their prophecies speak specifically of Luminor, not as a weapon, but as a key. Oh, the heart of the last dragon shall call to the first, and what was sundered shall be made whole." The trail they followed led to an abandoned watchtower on the border between their realms, a relic of a more hostile era, now reportedly occupied by a hermit sage who traded information to travelers from both kingdoms. As they approached, however, Elysia's instincts prickled with warning. "Too quiet," she murmured, knocking an arrow to her bow in a fluid motion. Thorin's hand moved to the war hammer at his belt. "No birds," he agreed, his keen dwarven senses, often underestimated by other races, detecting the unnatural silence. The tower door hung open, revealing darkness beyond. Elysia's enhanced elven vision penetrated the gloom, revealing walls covered in strange symbols, painted in what appeared to be dried blood. At the center of the single room, the hermit sage hung suspended in midair, his withered body held aloft by strings of dark energy that seemed to pulse with malevolent life. "By all the ancestors," Thorin breathed, raising his hammer defensively. The sage's head lifted, though his eyes remained closed. When he spoke, his voice carried echoes of another presence speaking through him. "The children of forest and mountain arrive together, as was foretold. The order extends its greeting." Elysia's arrow remained trained on the suspended figure. "Where is Luminor?" A mirthless smile twisted the sage's face, journeying to its true purpose. For millennia, elves and dwarves have guarded pieces of a puzzle they did not understand. "The sword is but one half of a greater whole." "Speak plainly," Thorin demanded, "or by my father's beard, I'll send you to your sleeping god personally." The sage's body began to twist and contort in unnatural ways, the dark energy pulsing more intensely. In the vault of Durin lies the hammer Moradane, forged from the scales of the first dragon. "Sword and hammer, creation and destruction, when united, they will break the chains that bind our master." Thorin's face paled beneath his beard. The vault is impenetrable. Only the royal line has access. The sage laughed, a horrible, gurgling sound. The king has been our ally for decades, dwarf prince. Even now, he prepares the ritual that will join the artifacts. You lie, Thorin roared, stepping forward menacingly. My father would never... Not your father, the sage hissed. The true king of the elves. Understanding dawned in Elysia's eyes. High King Aranethil, she whispered. The sword disappeared during his only visit to the temple in decades. The sage's body suddenly contorted violently, the dark energy surging. Enough. The convergence approaches. My task is complete. With a sickening crack, the hermit's body collapsed in upon itself, the malevolent energy dissipating into the air like black smoke. In the stunned silence that followed, Elysia and Thorin exchanged looks of horror and resolve. Ah, if what he said is true, Elysia said carefully, then your vault has already been breached, and your High King is a traitor to all living beings, Thorin countered, though without his earlier hostility. We have a choice, Elysia said, slinging her bow over her shoulder. Continue blaming each other for past grievances. Or stop the real enemy together, Thorin finished. He extended his hand in the dwarven manner, arm clasped to forearm, a gesture of warriors' respect. After only a moment's hesitation, Elysia returned the grip. The journey to Khazad-dûrum was swift and tense, with neither companion fully trusting the other, yet bound by the greater threat. Thorin led them through hidden passages, known only to the royal family, avoiding the main halls where his father's loyalists would surely detain them. And the vault lies beyond the hallway of kings, he explained, as they crept through a narrow maintenance tunnel carved alongside a magma flow that provided heat to the mountain kingdom. The close confines, oppressive to most elves, seemed not to bother Elysia, who moved with a hunter's discipline. If the High King has indeed corrupted my father, they will have taken both artifacts to the Great Forge. Elysia nodded grimly. The only place with fire hot enough to melt dragon-infused metal. As they emerged into a seldom-used antechamber, a shadow detached itself from the wall. Both companions whirled, weapons at the ready, only to face the ancient lawmaster, Balin Grimbeard. Prince Thorin, the old dwarf croaked, his blind eyes somehow finding the prince unerringly. The king is not himself. For weeks, he has been changed, secretive. The High Elven King arrived under cover of darkness 3 days ago. The vault? Thorin demanded. Opened, Balin confirmed. Moradin is gone. They have taken both artifacts to the sacred heart of the mountain. Not the Great Forge. Thorin's brow furrowed. No, deeper, the ancient chamber where the first dwarf kings communed with the mountain spirits. The old lawmaster's gnarled hands trembled, a place of wild magic, unpredictable. Dangerous? Elysia's fingers tightened on her bow. How do we reach it? I will show you, Balin said, shuffling toward a seemingly solid wall. His withered hand passed over an unmarked stone, and a doorway silently appeared. But make haste. The celestial alignment they await occurs at midnight. The sacred heart of the mountain was a vast, spherical chamber deep within Khazad-dûrum's roots. Unlike the meticulously crafted halls above, this space appeared natural, a perfect hollow bubble within the living rock, its walls glittering with embedded crystals that pulsed within a light. At the chamber's center stood a raised dais of obsidian, upon which King Durin-Naim and High King Aranethil worked in unsettling harmony. Between them hovered Luminor and Moradin, sword and hammer, suspended in a column of energy that shifted between deepest violet and blinding gold. From their hidden vantage point in a crystal-studded alcove, Elysia and Thorin watched in horror as the two monarchs, their eyes filmed with the same darkness they had seen in the Sage, chanted in an ancient tongue neither recognized. "The sword," Elysia whispered. "It contains the heart of the last silver dragon." Thorin nodded grimly. "And the hammer, the scales of the first. Together they form the key to awakening Morthal. But why would the Order manipulate our peoples toward war, only to have our kings work together?" Elysia's brow furrowed in confusion. "A contingency," came a silken voice from behind them. They spun to find themselves facing a tall figure in robes of midnight blue, embroidered with silver symbols that hurt the eyes to look upon directly. His features were neither elven nor human, but something altogether different, too perfect, too symmetrical. Conflict or cooperation, either would have succeeded in bringing the artifacts together. The figure continued. "Hatred between your peoples ensured neither would suspect the other's king was compromised." "Who are you?" Thorin demanded, raising his hammer. "I am Morthal's first disciple," the figure said with a slight bow. "And you are too late. The convergence has begun." On the dais, the energies surrounding the artifacts intensified. Sword and hammer began to merge, their distinct forms blurring into a singular object of power. The two enthralled kings stepped back, arms raised in supplication. "Now," Thorin said, locking eyes with Elysia, in perfect synchronization, as if they had fought together for years rather than days, they burst from cover. Elysia's arrows flew with unerring accuracy, disrupting the energy field around the artifacts. Thorin charged the disciple, his warhammer sweeping in a devastating arc. The battle that followed tested both companions to their limits. The disciple wielded shadow magic with lethal precision, while the enthralled kings fought with the skill that had made them legends among their respective peoples. Yet Elysia and Thorin moved as one, her range and speed complementing his power and resilience. In a crucial moment, Thorin's hammer struck the merging artifacts, sending them spinning apart. Luminor flew across the chamber, landing at Elysia's feet. Without hesitation, she snatched up the ancient blade and gasped as knowledge flooded her consciousness. The sword had never been meant as a weapon of war. Created from a dragon's willing sacrifice, it held the power to heal the divisions between peoples, not deepen them, and the hammer, too, had been perverted from its original purpose as a tool of creation. "Thorin," she called, raising the sword high. "They don't summon Morthal, they are Morthal, split into aspects." Understanding flashed across the dwarf prince's face. With a mighty effort, he broke free from his duel with the disciple and lunged for Moradane. As his hand closed around the hammer's haft, the same revelation struck him, the true purpose of the artifacts, and the terrible deception perpetrated against both their peoples. "Together," he roared above the howling energies that now whipped through the chamber like a tempest. Elysia fought her way to his side, the sword blazing with silver fire in her grasp. Back to back, elf and dwarf raised the ancient artifacts not against each other, but pointed toward the swirling vortex of darkness forming above the dais, the manifestation of Morthal beginning to take corporeal form. "For our peoples," Elysia whispered. "Jao, for our future," Thorin replied. Sword and hammer met, not in conflict but in harmony. Light exploded outward, momentarily blinding all within the chamber. When vision returned, the vortex was gone, as was the first disciple. The enthralled kings lay unconscious but alive, the darkness purged from their eyes. In the center of the dais, where artifacts of immense power had nearly merged, lay a single crystal, half silver, half gold, pulsing with gentle, benevolent light. What is it? Thorin asked, helping Elysia to her feet. The elven archer smiled tiredly, blood trickling from a cut above her eye. A beginning, I think. Something neither elf nor dwarf could create alone. As if in answer, the crystal pulsed more brightly, sending out a wave of energy that washed over them both. In that moment, each glimpsed the other's mind and heart with perfect clarity, beyond prejudice, beyond history, beyond the divisions that had separated their peoples for millennia. Perhaps, Thorin said, clasping her forearm once more, we have more in common than either of us imagined. The crystal continued to pulse between them, a heartbeat promising a future neither had dared to envision, one forged not in discord, but in unlikely harmony. Story 6. The ancient rowan tree shuddered, its silver-green leaves trembling without wind. In the twilight, between the silver forest and the iron mountains, where mist perpetually veiled the boundary between two realms, the tree's bark began to harden. Veins of granite crept upward, from roots to crown like frost climbing a window pane. The transformation was silent, but for the soft crackle of life becoming stone, a death both beautiful and terrible. Lyra Moonshadow watched from behind a curtain of willow branches, her amber eyes wide with horror. She had felt the tree's pain through the ancient connection that bound all druids to the forest. Now, as the last leaf calcified into perfect stone, preserving even the delicate veins within translucent grey marble, she pressed her palm against her mouth to stifle a cry. This was the 17th tree, this moon cycle. Soon, there would be nothing but a forest of perfect stone statues, beautiful, eternal, and utterly lifeless. I know you're there, forest daughter," called a gruff voice from the other side of the newly petrified rowan. "Your grief echoes louder than your footsteps." Lyra's hand moved instinctively to the bone dagger at her hip. The voice belonged to a dwarf, one of them, the stone shapers from the mountains, who many elves believed responsible for the unnatural transformations. She stepped from her hiding place, chin raised defiantly despite the tear tracks silvering her cheeks. "Have you come to admire your handiwork, son of stone?" she demanded. The dwarf who emerged from the shadows was not what she expected. Where most dwarven warriors were broad and heavily armored, this one wore simple leather vestments adorned with curious symbols. His auburn beard was braided with silver wire and tiny gemstones, and in place of a warhammer, he carried a chisel and mallet at his belt. Most striking were his eyes, amber like her own, unusual among his kind. "I am Durok Stoneheart," he said, bowing slightly. "And I am as innocent of this tragedy as you are, Lyra Moonshadow." She stiffened. "How do you know my name?" "The same way I knew to find you here." "The stones whisper to me as the trees do to you." He approached the petrified rowan, running his thick fingers over the bark-turned stone with unexpected gentleness. "Though I suspect neither of us is hearing the whole truth from our respective elements." Lyra's eyes narrowed. "You're Durok the heretic, the one they say breathes life into stone. And you're the druid who was banished for awakening the ancient magics. The one they call Rootbreaker." His lips curled into a sad smile beneath his beard. "It seems we are both outcasts accused of crimes against nature's order." A distant horn sounded from the direction of the elven realm, the call of hunters. Lyra tensed. "They're coming for me," she whispered. "The Silverleaf Council believes I'm causing the petrification. They've sentenced me to the eternal binding." Durok nodded grimly. "And my kin have declared me unnamed for the same reason. The Iron Council claims my sculptures have angered the mountain spirits." He gestured eastward. "I know a place where neither dwarf nor elf has tread for 1,000 years. Will you come, druid, Or would you rather face your executioners alone? Another horn call, closer now. Lyra hesitated only a moment before nodding. Lid on, Stone Shaper. The hidden valley Durok led her to lay nestled between the highest peaks of the Iron Mountains, accessible only through a narrow passage that seemed to disappear behind them as they entered. Here, the impossible existed. Half-stone trees with living branches, flowers blooming from marble stems, and birds with granite wings that somehow still took flight. The Twilight Garden, Durok explained as Lyra stared in wonder. Neither fully of the forest nor of the stone, but something in between. I discovered it when following the whispers of my first living sculpture. At the center of the valley stood an ancient tree unlike any Lyra had ever seen. Its trunk was twisted elder, gnarled and ancient, but where branches should have grown, veins of crystal stretched upward, flowering with both stone blooms and living ones. "Of the first tree," she whispered, recognizing it from forbidden texts. "The stories say it was planted by the weavers of ages at the dawn of time, before elf and dwarf were separate peoples." Durok nodded. "And here, I've been studying the petrification, trying to understand it before the transformation consumes both our realms." For 3 days, they shared their knowledge. Lyra taught Durok the druidic ways of speaking to plants, of understanding the cycle of growth and decay. In return, he showed her how to listen to stone, to feel the slow patience of mountains and the memories preserved in crystal. On the 4th day, as they meditated beneath the first tree, understanding finally dawned. "It's balance," Lyra said suddenly, her eyes flying open. "The transformation isn't a curse, it's a correction." Durok nodded slowly. "My people take and take from the mountains, carving deeper each generation, never allowing the stone to regrow. And mine harvest the ancient trees without planting anew, taking the forest's bounty as our right rather than our responsibility." Lyra touched a branch that was half wood, half alabaster. "And the weavers of ages are restoring balance in the only way they can, by turning life to stone where there is too much taking of life, and stone to life where there is too much taking of stone. But the balance is crude," Durok added, "a desperate measure when harmony is too far broken. Unless we intervene, eventually all will be petrified, or all will crumble to soil." A whisper passed through the garden then, carried neither by wind nor voice, but by the very essence of the place. The first tree's branches trembled, and from its trunk a door of light appeared. Beyond it lay the nexus of roots, a vast chamber where the foundations of the world intertwined. Great stone pillars curved like living roots, while actual roots thick as ancient trees twined around them. At the center pulsed a heart of crystal and wood, beating in uneven rhythm. "The balance is failing," Lyra whispered, feeling the disharmony in her very bones. Words appeared in the air before them, written in an ancient script that neither fully recognized, yet both could somehow read. "The guardians must be renewed. Growth and permanence must become one again." Durok's face paled beneath his beard. "The legends of my people speak of the original guardians, beings neither fully dwarf nor elf who maintained the balance between stone and forest. I always thought they were myths." "As did I," Lyra said. "But my people's oldest songs tell of a time before the separation, when we were one race with 2 aspects." She turned to face him fully. I think we must become those guardians." The ritual revealed itself to them through intuition rather than instruction. At the center of the nexus, they stood facing one another, hands clasped. Lyra called to the essence of growth and renewal, drawing forth the green energy of the forest. Durok summoned the enduring strength of stone, ancient and patient. Where their magics met, A new power formed, neither fully one nor the other, but something transcendent. Pain lanced through them both as their very essences began to merge. Lyra saw flashes of Durok's memories, the joy of bringing stone to life, the exile from his people, centuries of dwarven history. She knew he was experiencing her past as well, the forbidden rituals, her communion with the eldest trees, the moment of her banishment. "We may lose ourselves," Durok gasped through the transformation, "or find our truer selves," Lyra replied, gripping his hands tighter. The magic crescendoed around them, wood and stone, life and permanence flowing together and through them both. Their physical forms began to change, Lyra's willowy frame becoming more solid, veins of crystal visible beneath her skin, Durok's stocky form growing more supple, small leaves sprouting in his beard. Neither became fully the other, but both became something new, guardians of the balance that had been forgotten for too long. When the transformation completed, the nexus sealed itself once more. Where two outcasts had entered, two guardians emerged. Neither fully elf nor dwarf, but embodiments of the harmony between growth and permanence. The petrification stopped that very night. In the months that followed, Lyra and Durok walked the boundaries between their people's lands, teaching what they had learned. At first, they were met with fear and suspicion, their transformed appearances marking them as something other, something unknown. But where they walked, balance followed. Dead stone birthed crystalline flowers, withered trees found new strength through veins of living marble. Gradually, their teachings spread. The elven Silverleaf Council and the dwarven Iron Council resisted at first, clinging to old prejudices. But when the first elven child was born with flecks of crystal in her eyes and the first dwarven babe sprouted tiny leaves in his hair, they could no longer deny the truth that their peoples had always been two halves of a whole. A new temple arose at the border between the Silver Forest and the Iron Mountains, a sanctuary built of living wood and breathing stone, where Lyra and Durok trained others who showed the capacity to understand both aspects of the world's magic. And in the heart of this temple grew a sapling unlike any other, half stone, half wood, wholly alive, the first of a new forest of balance that would, in time, spread throughout the realm, bringing with it a harmony not seen since the dawn of creation. For the true magic had never been in the forest or the stone, but in the harmony between them, a lesson written in the very bodies of the guardians who had once been outcasts and now were the bridge between worlds too long divided.